strange day. Invited together to host. Our goal is to foster connection and make us love, bring awareness, respect, available, thoughtful feedback. Yeah. All right, let's try that again. I really don't know why things take over my audio devices, but greetings and good evening. Welcome to Strange Days. A show where people are invited to call in and share their experiences with both the audience and the host. Our goal is to foster a sense of connection and understanding, allowing listeners to relate to the stories and feel less alone, also promoting a broader awareness of different perspectives, while the host is available to provide thoughtful feedback and support to each caller. My name is Mac. I'm your host, a disabled, neurodivergent, cisgendered gay man. While waiting for an audience to form, I've been playing through Stardew Valley exclusively on stream. If you want to call in or chat and need my full attention, I have no problem pausing the game. And if you're here for the gameplay or the vibes, that's okay too. But without further delay, let's play! And thanks, Trigger. Oh, that would have been awkward if I'd been here for hours with no one to let me know. Oh man, despite what I've told my computer about not letting other things take over and hijack the controls of my audio devices, they still do. But thank you. How are you this evening? Well, thank you. I'm a bit tired, but, you know, as the night progresses, I tend to wake up, which is odd, until it gets towards the end of the night. Sort of like maybe I catch my second or third wind. Yeah, as for the reading, I am reading it, but that's just because I'm going for consistency. I want to try and keep the opening the same, just because, you know, it's the opening of the show, and I want to try and standardize it. I honestly want to do a recording of it, and I'd like to have like an opening intro kind of dealy, but I haven't gotten to that yet. Amidst all of the hundreds of other things I'm in the midst of doing, such as like the TikToks, the job applications, and all the other things, I just haven't gotten to it yet. Because that way I can just play like an intro that's pre-recorded, and that way I don't have to constantly keep reading it. But right now, it is the easiest thing to do. Or the easier thing to do, I should say. But I'm sorry that you're tired. I feel like that's going around in general, though. Maybe it's just a global malaise that we're all just sort of feeling a bit worn down. Please no. If my computer messes with me anymore, I might just lose my nuts because, like, as it is, I don't think I can handle any more, like, technological breakdowns between my laptop falling apart, the TV breaking down. I don't think I have it in me for more technology to fail. Especially with all of the potentials for technological failure, like technological expenses going up in the next few years. With DRAM prices skyrocketing and SSD prices skyrocketing, I don't know what I'll do. Like, it just seems like everything is going to become exorbitantly more expensive as far as computers and compute prices. So no thanks, please no. No, please, 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 no, 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 please. Yeah. Fine. That's fine. Two. Need milk. Shh, I do have. Alrighty, let's go check the calendar to see if there's a birthday today and who wants what. Nope, still 2 days, but I need to go make some roasted nuts. Oh, require lots of hardwood. That's crazy lots. I don't have lots. So I guess I'm going to go chop some trees down. Here I go, chopping trees again. Choppy, choppy. I feel like there's got to be a better way to get hardened. Oh. Hey Casual, how's it going? Did you have an excellent day? Because I'm hoping you did. My day was busy as per usual, mostly just working on job application stuff. Uh, uh kind of took an hour off midday to rest because I had a bit of a fatigue spell, but otherwise, most of my day was working on resume renovation and cleaning up stuff and trying to work on a research proposal idea for an application to a university. And by research idea, I mean banging my head against a wall trying to think of a research idea, because having spent the last few years working in a non-for-profit consultant kind of environment, my research ideas have been product oriented rather than like academic research. So yeah, it's been a lot of thinky and not a lot of doey. So I haven't exactly been productive exactly, which is more disappointment really than anything. Towards the end of the day, I pivoted to start working on renovating my CV so that I can prep that for the application rather than working on the actual research proposal concept, because I realized that's been a big waste of part of my day, not getting anything out of it. So I sort of pivoted to doing something that will actually net me some results. And then I ran out of time because I had to start prepping for the stream. Well, that and dinner, but the other job I was looking at this week is frustrating me because I'm not sure if it's going to cause ethical issues for me in my brain. And so I am currently debating whether or not I want to apply, or if in the end I'm going to have to apply anyway, because I'm struggling to find jobs right now that I even like fit into my field and whether or not I qualify for. It's not that it's too corporate. I don't mind corporate. It's just a matter of the fact that it's for open AI. And so I'm not sure if that goes too far into working for AI. It's like that whole idea of sleeping with the enemy, but it is in their like trustworthy division. So yeah. But the other problem I run into is I have to apply to 2 jobs a week at minimum for my unemployment benefits. And I've had a bit of a problem this week trying to find jobs that fit the criteria of jobs that are in my domain and jobs that I qualify for. So I do qualify for this one, and technically it's in my domain. So, but the other criteria is that if they offer me the job, then technically I have to accept it under the criteria of if I don't, then I lose my unemployment. So yeah, unemployment's dumb like that. I mean, I doubt they'll offer it to me because the amount of money that they are offering is a lot. So I doubt that that is a job, because it is crazy higher than what I was being paid before. But it's just trying to like figure out, oh, spring. I need to be working on that. Yes. Put my best foot forward. What do you mean? Oh, I mean, I guess. I mean, I'll probably apply for it just to, complete my requirements. And then if I find another job that I'm more interested in, I'll still apply for that. But it's like the university job, like I'm working towards applying to. I don't know if I'm going to finish all that paperwork in time. I'm still going to try and work toward it, but I've got to be also job hunting for the other of my 2 that I need to apply to this week. I mean, it's fine. I am kind of to a point where like a lot of things are on autopilot. I am trying to make buckets of money, but it is honestly slow going. I don't know what else I could really be doing to make more money other than spending my money to try and make more money at a faster rate. And I just feel like that is counterproductive. So I don't really know what else I could do in that regard. So right now I'm mostly just working towards achieving perfection rating. And then kind of unlocking some easy teleport stuff to get to other areas. I don't know. Like I'm mostly just meandering. Like what? Like the other game that I have sort of queued up for what I was planning to do after this was like Astroneers. But I'm open to suggestions because I played Astroneers before. Though I didn't beat it. So Halia, let me go take a look at that. I feel like maybe you've mentioned this to me before, or someone has. Yeah, I think you mentioned this to me before. It's MMO-like. I mean, it has really great ratings, apparently, which is impressive for a free to play. Well, I'll take a look at it off stream. That's the least I can do. Because I don't want to, like, hoard things up. Oh, Astroneers. It's, Astroneers, I think is what it was. Let me double check because it's been a hot minute since I looked at it. Come on, Steam, play nice with me. Astroneer. It's like Minecraft in space on planets, and it's like planet deformation to construct like space stuff and whatnot, and like buggies and things so that you can get around on the planet and other planets and whatnot, and it's neat. No, it's third person. Well, it's not like above. It's third person versus bird's eye. Like you're looking from up behind the head and slightly above. Rekka. Actually, let me write these down so that I can actually remember to look them up. Huh. That sounds interesting. See, my only issue with Halia is that it sounds very infinite, and being is that my intention for the stream is to not have all eternity in games, because I would like to eventually like not have a game. I would like to have, you know, enough of a community to not have gaming anymore, and to wean the games off and just have a constant, you know, chat or call. And so having that infinite game would put a damper on that, because I don't know, I would feel the inclusive terminology of exclusively on stream would be problematic. You're all about the lore of the Baba Yaga until she's your landlady. I mean, does it... I don't know. Look at that. Does it have any guest appearances of Perun? But it's only in like a mention. See, mention isn't sufficient. That's clearly not like fan fiction. But that's fine. Not everything can suit my proclivities. Just saying. Oh, okay. Well, still. At least he was represented. Okay. Will you take care? Lurk, lurk, lurk. Huh. Do you remember the title of that book? I'm gonna look into that. I learned interesting things from you guys. I mean, I'm just interested in psychology in general. grab the stuff before I show up. See, my interest in psychology was always understanding others better. Like, I never really had a trouble kind of figuring me out, I guess. Or at least I never really concerned myself with me. I just always had trouble wrapping my mind around, like, why other people had problems with me. And I never really had problems putting myself in boxes and figuring out, like, where I fit. Or like, what I thought of myself. It was just sort of figuring out, like, what other people had issues with me, kind of thing. In the end, my desire to pursue psychology as a major stemmed from wanting to figure out why people would be deceptive. Because I never really understood why people would be deceitful. Like, I mean, I get it for preservation purposes, but just like, I don't know, like why people believe that white lies are beneficial. Because to me, that is exactly the time when you would want to be truthful. But then I always wondered if I was weird because of that. I overanalyze things a lot. I used to. I'm not so much into overanalyzing anymore, but I overanalyze myself a lot. It's part of why, like, I get caught in traps of, like, maybe what I say isn't the right thing, or, you know, did I say the wrong thing? Did I say something inappropriate? Like, a few weeks ago, I went and hung out with a relatively new friend. Then I didn't hear back for a few days. And then I'm like rehearsing things that we talked about. And then I'm like, oh God, was this the wrong thing to say? Did they take this out of context? You know, like I said this, and this was probably not something I should have talked about so, you know, flagrantly, or out of, you know, like maybe I shouldn't have trusted them with this level of detail on this topic. And then I just sort of spiral out of control in my own head because I'm a very trusting person. And so I just kind of assume generally trust in people unless they give me a reason not to. And I probably shouldn't. So I don't know. But maybe I don't really need to worry about it because I really still haven't like I've pinged since then and they were receptive, but I still really haven't heard back. So maybe they just don't have time. Doesn't matter. Maybe they didn't really want to be friends all that much, or maybe they don't have time. I don't know. I don't know. It's a matter of like chasing the lead. So like I've done several pings to try and follow up, but there's a limit to the amount of times I'm gonna chase it. So they'll circle back if it's something that they, want to keep touch about. It's a little disappointing because I have limited friends, and by limited I mean like none. And so I was hoping to start building friendships with them. As like I have two people that I was sort of friends with, and both of them sort of meh. But whatever. I'm sure I'll eventually make new friends or start a friends circle somehow. It happens. I'm just not very good at making friends yet. Not in person anyway. I'm just not sure where to make adult friends. Like, I skipped 10 years of time, so like I have no idea. Not you. You know what I mean. Als, you are my friend. You're just across an ocean. Like, that's a bit of a drive to go hang out. I'm okay. It's been a long day. I am so tired of looking at my resume and trying to figure out how to make words work in corporate lingo and resume speak in order to make it sound good, that I want to not do that for a while, but I don't have time. I would love to have close family, but I moved away from the majority, well, all of my family, kind of for a reason. Words aren't scary. I'm just tired of looking at these particular words in this particular kind of context. My problem is that my neurodivergent brain does not like to phrase the things in the way that they do in like the corporate language way, and I don't think that way because I've been trained on how to write academically and in technical writing, and so I don't write in corporate language, and so I'm leveraging local AI models to help me kind of try and format it in a way that works. And so like my resume is fine actually, but I'm trying to work it into my CV, which is my fuller formatted stuff. And I'm also trying to write a letter of intent for this application. And so I don't know how to do a lot of this stuff since I've never had to do it before. And so I'm trying to have it help me put it together. And it's proving to be a little bit interesting, and it's taking me time. Plus, I also have to come up with a research idea, and I don't have one currently because I haven't had to come up with a research idea in a few years. So, inspiration hasn't hit in a while. Technically, to be fair, my CV is essentially done. I just need to do like the letter of intent and the research. It's not a proposal. It's a research agenda. And I'm not sure what I'm doing with that yet because, yeah, that was my day. That's what I've been doing all day since stream this morning. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with that nonsense. Oh, I don't remember what it was under. Yeah, I've been struggling with that myself. Like, as I said previously, I need to do another video, but I have just not really, like, had the gumption to, like, do anything with it. In the big 26? Oh, 2026. Sorry. It's hard to keep up sometimes. I mean, real life friends have a place and a purpose. They have benefits. I don't know, like, I feel like online friends have a place, but in person also has a place. Like, they both have a purpose and a reason to kind of coexist and sort of a need. But I feel like it's beneficial to have both. Just because you haven't built, new friendships doesn't mean, you won't and or shouldn't. It's just that you haven't yet. And I feel like it's something that you should do. It's just, I feel like it hasn't been as easy to do post pandemic. Like, it's, I don't know necessarily the reason I would like to do research on it, but sadly that would not be a good research topic for the application I am filling out because of the department that I'm applying to. But I feel like there's just a lack of, I don't know. I just think people struggle with where, how, and why because we've shifted a lot of our acceptable public spaces to no longer being acceptable or public. It's one of the things that's been noticed is that a lot of the places that used to be available for people to just go and exist and be are no longer available to us. One of the things I talk about is like, where do teenagers go to hang out anymore? Like, where can they go to just be teenagers? That they're not going to get yelled at or screamed at or treated inappropriately. Yeah, nowhere. They're not allowed to loiter anywhere or just exist anywhere where they're not going to get treated poorly. And that leads them to go be inappropriate in places because there's nowhere for them to be. And we should be creating safe environments for them to be so that they have somewhere to be where they won't be a problem or a nuisance or getting into trouble. It seems reasonable. Like, when I was younger, before I was even a teenager, my sisters, when they were teens, used to go hang out at a teen center. Exactly, because parks are not for teenagers. They're for children. Which I can sort of understand that, because younger kids are scared of big kids sometimes. I don't think that it's appropriate to necessarily shoo away older kids, but I can understand how adults might find that intimidating for younger kids. But that's why there needs to be, more appropriate spaces for older kids, like a teen center. No, I understand. I'm just saying that I get why adults might perceive it that way. They just see you and assume hostile intent, which is stupid because not all, but some. And that's not the greatest way of, seeing the world. But like, we need to have more infrastructure to support our youth. I mean, we talk about kids and wanting these systems, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be like absolutely free, but it needs to be affordable. It can be subsidized, it can be inexpensive, it can be like $1 entry, or it can have like a snack bar or something that they can buy inexpensive snacks at that they can pay for with cash. But like, it can have simple things, basketball hoops, soccer/football field nearby, like simple things like that. And it can have, an adult supervision or whatever. And it can even provide employment opportunities for teens so that they can go work there. And they can and like, it can be renovated every so often depending on the culture of the group of teens as the cultures change. So that way things can be renovated and updated so that it's not constantly out of date with whatever's trendy. And it gives the kids somewhere to be. That way they're not in trouble or doing things they shouldn't be. And they can have, youth centers where these are not unreasonable things. These have existed in the past. I don't know why we don't have them now. I just don't understand why they're like, even like libraries are becoming the last bastion of civility where people can go and be left alone. Like, even at parks, in university, I had a project in one of my classes where, due to underfunding, underfunding. What was the funding going toward? Paying for politicians? Because I'm certain that was important. I imagine that's what a lot of youth centers have become, is shut down because of lack of funding. But I don't understand how that isn't considered a priority for a community. The funding shouldn't be an issue, as they should be considered a type of self-funding, as they should have a revenue stream. I mean, that's highly likely. It just, even if that's the case, it still seems like they're not considering the fact that it would even benefit those factors. At least I think it would. I mean, it's not the first time that I've had, my brain start to have aspirations for considering running for politics, but it's not that I want to run for politics. It's more that I have ideas and it feels like the only way to have my ideas heard would be to run for politics. I have no real desire to be in politics. It's just that the only way I feel like my ideas would gain momentum would be to be in politics. And it's absurd because I feel like my ideas are reasonable and people would hear them out. It's just the politicians, as you so rightly point out, don't frequently give two flips. At least I don't think. And that seems pretty consistent with perceptions. I sadly am not familiar with your party system because they do not align with my brain logic. Well, in the US, it's a little different. I would agree, except that they have regulated the small parties into almost non-existence. Because essentially the only way to be a small party is on a per state basis. And the only national parties can be of the two parties, which is unfair. Recycles. Cycles. Yep. I do 100 garlic or 100 pineapple. I'm just not going to bother with that nonsense because it's probably not worth the reward. Let's go find out what it requires to make the beach teleport. That's what matters. Ten dragon teeth. That is problematic. I think I have that many, and it's going to take me a hot minute to get. Choppy, choppy, choppy. I feel like I need a game that people can join, but at the same time, also one that's not like super critical that would be like a big issue if I had to step away from. So far, the only thing that comes to mind is like Minecraft, where I could create a server that people could play on. Where like if I had to disconnect in order to take a caller, that it wouldn't be like a big crisis. Because I feel like having a community game space where we could like play stuff together would be good. But edit ideas, audios, intros. I mean, those are all very context dependent types of things, so I don't think that's a random idea contribute, like things we could just toss out randomly. But yeah, needs abound. Now, have you considered looking into Massive Attack's other albums as like source music for your intro for audio? Oh, I mean, that would be an important first decision, yes. Don't even remember what I was getting potatoes for. What did I need potatoes for? I mean, my usual response would be house, just because, like, I don't know, house greater than signed Lucifer, but that's just me. Oh, see, you just threw a wrench into my commentary because I was gonna throw you a curveball and see what you were gonna do with it. A whole lot of precious time. To do it, to do it, to do it, to do it. No. Cameron. I mean, if I really wanted to give you a curveball, I'd say Lucas, but not Lucas. Why? I love Lucas. That's why it would have been a curveball. I could have, but that's why I chose Cameron, because 13 would have been easy, in my opinion. I feel like Cameron's more difficult. Because I feel like 13 has such inherent charisma. I feel like 13 has such inherent charisma and just built-in connection with House, and Cameron has, despite what people think on brand, and initially she has animosity towards him. She does not like him. Oh, it was supposed to be House plus Cameron, because I would never just make you do anything without House. That would be mean. At least I would think it would be mean, because, like, House is your boyfriend. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't realize it was supposed to be like a ship edit. I just thought it was supposed to be an edit. Oh, okay then. See, this is where you really need to go watch Elementary, because it would be funny. Oh no, see, that's never mind. That wouldn't be funny, because it would be funny if you did like a House Cuddy ship and an edit where House gets back at Lucas and breaks up Lucas and Cuddy, and Lucas ends up out on the street. Because then you could use the scenes in Elementary where Lucas is on the street. The actors playing that, and use that as your edits. That's tough. You could always put House back with Stacy. Or you could put House with Lin-Manuel Miranda, because I can't remember his character's name in the show at the moment. Alvy, there we go. Can you have too many options, though? Deluxe pirate hat. I mean, like, I get where they're coming from, especially with the initial tension, but after you get to know Cameron better, I don't understand it. Like, she definitely was just pitying him, and I really feel like she just, like, she had this infatuation with him, but she really doesn't like him. that was exactly it. She had an infatuation with him, and then she doesn't like him. She wanted to fix him. She realized that he's not a fixable thing, and that there's more to him than just, oh, me broken, and that he's a whole ass person. And she's like, that's not something that can just be quote unquote fixed. He's not damaged. He's miserable. And that's not something to fix. I mean, honestly, I'm glad she moved on, but she didn't have to be so mean about it in the end, but, you know, whatever. I did like her character growth. I just, you know, I think she could have been different about it. Because, like, even with her character growth with Cameron, I think was just really mean. Sorry, Chase, not Cameron. Yeah, like she's just she turned really sour, especially after that one episode with the guy from the other country or whatever. Where Chase admits to dereliction of care. Avoiding angst in the 90s and aughts, however will you do that? In what way? Where do you generate your scene packs? Or how do you generate them? Ah, that's what I assumed. Which also explains why it's time consuming, because you have to manually go through and clip them. Yep, that makes perfect sense, because that's many hours of sifting. Yep, I know that feeling. I have had to do some serious backtracking when I started doing like intro songs and outro stuff for the show because I forgot to make notes for myself where I got certain things and to write down URLs so that I could make sure I could go back and properly get credit information because that's part of my proper attributioning and because I do a lot of stuff in incognito, it doesn't keep track of it, and that was my bad. And so I had to spend some significant amount of time going back through and trying to refine stuff and make sure that I had the right sources for things so that I had proper attribution. And it's a pain in the butt. So especially when some things appear to have multiple sources of attribution. But I want to make sure that where I got it from is where I am properly sending attribution. Which charity gala? Are you talking about the gambling one? That's with Vogler. That's with the new CEO of the hospital or whatever. So isn't that the season after Cop. It's Vogler then Tritter. As I said, it's been a while since I watched it. You're welcome. Okay, well, I'll be here. So what you? Car. Super. So I don't understand that. That's fine. Yeah. Shh. Pardon. I don't. I can't move through people. It's called The Length of Years. It was written by a friend of mine. We went to grad school together. I started reading it, but I have not had the opportunity to finish it yet. But I felt like since she's always been super supportive of me and that she means a lot to me, that I would put it out there on display for her. That, and if she ever tunes in, that she could see that she matters. it was also a it's fiction. She is a research scientist like myself who has always wanted to write a fiction, like a novel. And so she sat down and put herself to it, wrote the book, got it published, and she's very proud of herself for doing it. And as soon as I found out, like as soon as she told me, I immediately hopped on and purchased a copy. I got through the first chapter and then my whole life got turned upside down. And then I haven't had the opportunity to just like, I've always had problems reading, like for pleasure. Reading for like knowledge, I've never had a problem with, but reading for pleasure has always been something I struggle with. So I enjoyed what I read. I just always struggle for reading for like leisure. And so the fact that she was able to do it, it's something I've wanted to do, honestly, but it's definitely not. Yeah. When I worked in retail for overnight for a company, they used to allow us to do like our homework and stuff. And this was back when I first started going to college. I would do that. But when they told us we couldn't do that anymore, I started bringing in like young adult books and novels and more. Like I started getting back into reading and I started digging heavily into books. I started reading almost a book a day at that point. But then I started getting heavily back into, you know, more school, and it just, that took over my life and I just don't have the opportunity. And then now reading just doesn't, it's not, it makes me go to sleep, honestly. When we moved from, so when I was in Florida, we had a big house that we shared with a bunch of people. And I had a huge library of all those books that I mentioned that I read. When we moved out of that house, I ended up selling or getting rid of all of those books. And I kind of regret it. Honestly, because like I wouldn't mind going back and reading those books these days because those books were really good. And I feel like those would be a great like reintroduction to getting back into reading as a pleasurable experience. Primarily because trying to do that now, all of my books are a lot heavier content. And the majority of the books that I have now are either much more serious novels or like fact-based textbooks and stuff like that. So it's more thick. I'm not going to do it in time. Oh well. Sometimes I miss reading. Other times, I do listen to audiobooks somewhat regularly. I haven't more recently, but that's because I just don't have time with all the stuff I've been doing, trying to find work, working on the stream, etc. I've been hectically busy, honestly. I would have to say my favorite books right now is a series of books by Kevin Hearn called The Iron Druid Chronicles, or his spin-off series called Ink and Sigil. Those books I generally always go back to. I've listened to them so many times. And if you like audiobooks, I would highly recommend them. But if you do listen to them as audiobooks, I would be very specific about which narrator you listen to, because there are two narrators, but one is preferential over the other. Yeah, I really dig the modern fantasy genre. So like Iron Druid is really good. Kate Daniels, Mercy Thompson, Ilona Andrews. They're all great series. I just really, really like the Iron Druid series, though. I, however, have fallen somewhat out of love of the Iron Druid series just because I find that the main character, the more I've listened to the series, I find him to be a little less heroic and more anti-hero. And I find him to be frustrating because all of it is his own fault. And I find that to be problematic. Journal articles specifically, but I mean, if that's what you mean by literature. Oh, in high school, that predates a lot of my desire for learning, so I was hesitant to do a lot of reading back then. My desire for learning did not really begin until college. I was dealing with a lot of bullying and psychosocial pressures that prevented me from having desire to really learn anything. Oh, that's messed up. That is unfair. We did have some classics, but like there are things that people read in school and stuff that I never read because I didn't really read things. I found ways around doing work in high school because reading was boring to me and I didn't want to do it. I mean, you say fair, and I say no, it wasn't. They should have made me, or they should have found ways to work with me. But a lot of the schools, I don't think, were equipped to deal with neurodivergent people as they are today. Like, I know I had teachers that were trying to be understanding and made exceptions and knew of my intelligence. But the school system struggled to get a grip overall. Because I basically was often excused from being in classrooms to go hide in the library, and the librarians basically raised me through my education, which is funny. Because I didn't like reading, but that's where I was hiding in the library. I still love libraries. I love being around books. They make me sleepy. So would I. I would skip lunch too. Well, depending on like what time frame in school. Oddly enough, I befriended the smart kids in school. Like, I was never dumb. I wasn't, like, despite what a lot of teachers, well, some teachers would think and some people, I was classified as learning disabled. I was diagnosed with ADHD, and and medicated, and I had an individual education plan. But I always hung out with the smart kids. I hung out with I don't know if you're familiar with the International Baccalaureate Society. But I would always hang out with those kids at lunch, and that was my social group. Those were my peers, even though I wasn't part of that organization. Those are the people I hung out with. So oh, that's disappointing because, like, I mean, IB is a lot of work, but you basically graduate high school with like a degree. Talk about a head start. Oh, I mean, that's rough, but my family was military, so we moved around a lot. I didn't get to keep my friends half the time, so I was kind of used to it. The IB friends that I made were at my final high school, but my parents were getting a divorce. I had to change high schools anyway, so I was kind of used to it. I also got ostracized and excommunicated from that group towards the end anyway, because apparently one of the girls got a crush on me, and it was around the time that I found out I was gay, and she decided that she was heartbroken over it, and so the group decided that I was no longer allowed to hang out with them because I hurt that one girl's heart, therefore I could not be part of their group anymore. I don't know. Nobody told me, and so I was very confused as to why I wasn't allowed to be friends. At least not for many years. I promise I didn't read your diary. Like, in 8th grade, I wasn't even aware of my sexuality, and I was still, like, trying to figure it, well, 8th grade. No, nope, in 8th grade, I didn't even know. Still trying to probably date girls in 8th grade. Was I? Is that North Dakota? That was North Dakota. Yeah. Probably not. No, that would have been... Oh, that's going to be a weird topic. I don't know if I can really discuss that without getting into weird terms. Oh, owls, good. Owls, are you actually there, or did you just come in to drop a comment? Because I have a question. Okay. We were talking about pasts and stuff, and I was about to bring up someone I knew in the 8th grade that I dated briefly. This person recently, as in 2025, came out to me as trans. When we dated, they were one way. They are not that way now. When I talk about them in the context of our past, how do I talk about them? Especially given my sexual awakening and acknowledging my sexuality. Because technically it predates me knowing that I'm gay. Or is that something that I need to ask them specifically? You have the same question. Well, that's awkward. Okay. That is a fair response. Because it is a very awkward moment of like, I don't know, because like I would like to discuss or at least mention the situation of like surrounding this, but I don't want to use but like the other issue is that it predates me knowing my sexual understanding my sexual orientation. But then if I use the proper pronouns for their current identity, then it doesn't make sense in discussions. And that's very confusing for me. And it makes it difficult to explain things to others. But I also don't want to be disrespectful. Yeah, I will probably have to do that. But it's also awkward because like we don't keep in regular contact. It was sort of like, I think they felt safe reaching out to me to let me know. That's fair. But I don't know. I will do that though. I need to make a note of that because I need to put that on my to-do list for tomorrow. Nope. It's 10. I don't spell. Yeah, we'll go with that. Why not? Hopefully that's enough to remind me. If not, it'll be good enough for government work. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny little polka dot bikini. I never got around to making bread today. Job applications take so long now and take so much work. It's absolutely absurd. But because like people are wholesale using AI to write their application process and not use like I'm using it to assist me in writing and constructing things and trying to figure out how to put things together. Like I'm not using it to do everything for me. And people are using it to do everything. That companies are basically using AI to do everything to process it now and trying to get my stuff to a person. It's just trying to get through to a real person to get seen to even get an interview is it's getting almost impossible. Like I've been applying for months now and I have yet to get an interview at all. Oh, there's a 90s one as well. Um you could also look up Boombastic by Shaggy. Do that one as well. That one gets stuck in my head sometimes when I think about that kind of era. Oh, really? I was unaware of that. Oh, I mean, Bon Jovi is a classic. sifting through this list of one-hit wonders, seeing if I can find anything that like jumps out at me as, "Ooh, you got to do that." But I am just finding nothing that's, like popping out at me. Like I'm seeing stuff that I'm like, "Oh, those are songs I know," but nothing that I'm just like, "Oh, you got to do that one." You could do Hanson's Bop. I mean, that's fair. It takes time to do edits and things, so like, not entirely surprised. And it's a creative effort. It requires thought, focus, energy. Is one of them just white noise? That sounds like that newfangled music you kids listen to these days. Okay, I'll be here. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. Are you exclusively posting to TikTok? Or are you planning to post elsewhere also? Then I would stick to the 16:9 ratio for TikTok's design. Well, it depends. Are you cropping the video for 16:9 or are you sticking to its original? Well, are you using like TikTok's 9:16 or are you using the 16:9 ratio of the original footage? Right. So are you planning to use it at sorry, are you planning to use it at the 16:9 or are you planning to crop it for TikTok's 9:16? Why would you put it 1 to 1? 1 to 1 seems crazy. 1 to 1 is like super croppy. Why? Why not 9:16? It looks wrong? Hmm. Then I would if most edits are 1 to 1, then I'd put it 1 to 1. If you're going to resize and keep it 16:9 and you want to if you have things that are outside of the 1:1 frame, then I'd keep the 16:9, but only if it's necessary to maintain what's in the frame space. I'm personally of keeping the data as much as possible, but it's an artistic thing. So as a data analyst, I'm personally of keeping most of the data as possible, but there's an argue to be made for aesthetically pleasing and artistic integrity for what is best for visual purposes. So there is also a need for what is visually pleasing. So, I mean, like, yeah, but that's why I do data visualizations. I can explain and understand those rationally. When it comes to framing and stuff, I don't have very much training in those fields, so I would have to approach it from like a human factors perspective, and that requires more of me than I have at my disposal at this hour. Um, so like framing is involved. You have to consider what's in the picture. But it's not zooming specifically. It also matters what you're trying to tell the story of. So it's also what's needed for the story. So you want only what's necessary and nothing extraneous. A winter end table just fell out of a monster. That's it. Didn't get hardly anything out of that run. That was disappointing. Got only one dragon tooth. Well, poop. No, here comes the rain again. Man, I wish my birthday gifts were as easy to fulfill as grapes. If I was to ever record a stream for someone, the process of me editing, I think I'd lose them. Why is that? I mean, have you seen the countless times where I walk across a screen and then immediately walk back and then walk back again and then, like, I have done nothing? Like, there are times where I just literally just walk back and forth because, like, I don't know what I'm doing and I haven't quite figured it out yet. Because I haven't just made a decision, and so I'm just, like, wasting time. Yeah, but they've planned it out and they edit those. That's different between like doing a live stream or like if you record it, you would edit it and you would make it better. It wouldn't be just like you doing things over and over and over again. You script it, you put it together and make it work out. That's what they do. So you'd be fine. I did that today while I was working on my CV, so it is. Most things are time consuming though, if they're worth anything. So like, here I am, being time consuming, playing a game, doing a stream, because it's worth stuff, and you know, it's effortful. It doesn't mean it's not worth something. It's of value. It just well, casuals often is quiet unless they have something specific to talk about. If I'm being honest, Trigger lurks a lot and sometimes falls asleep probably while watching the stream. So it's frequently just you and I. Typically, otherwise it's me talking to the air. I want to finish working on the spin wheel because I feel like once I finish with it, I can post it on my GitHub as a fork of the original person's repo, and then I can use it as like a code base for my own like I mean, that's always an option for you. Oh, circling back to what I was saying earlier, part of the reason why I was talking about finding a game that, like, we could play together and stuff is so that, like, if we wanted to stream together, like, do a co-op stuff. Because I know that you've been talking about streaming. We could always do something cooperative, but we would need to find a game that is conducive for the purpose of Strange Days too. So like I can't play some of the games that you have streamed. We'd need to find something that we could play together that is of interest to you and is conducive to what I need to do. I don't know if there is such a thing, but it was something that I was like, meh. But as I was saying earlier, the only thing that came to mind that is of that kind of nature is like Minecraft. But I don't think that's exactly your cup of tea, at least from what I've seen you play. Well, I mean, you're primarily console, which isn't exactly. I didn't think it was exactly what your kind of thing, but you're also currently primarily on console, and Minecraft console does not play nice with Minecraft Java. It can. It just takes some effort. Oh. That's a new word for me. I googled it. Nope. Yep. Not heard that used before. I looked it up. It's not common parlance here. At least not in any circles that I've traveled. Oh no, I've been sent to collectors and debtors in the past, but they've never been called such. They've always been referred to as collectors or debtors, so or repo, but never arrears. it's just a bill. They'll send you a final notice, and then you get sent to collections. Yeah, that's my experience has not been of that nature here. Typically, you get your bills, and then if you miss payments and stuff, then you get like warning, a warning, a warning, and then a final warning, and then off to collections with you. I mean, if you're not careful. I try to avoid the losing of my head, but you'll bounce back. It takes time. You're young enough that it's not surprising. I tanked my credit score early in life too. By the time you need to get a loan, you'll have climbed back up. Just remember to make payments on credit cards. I try not to worry about my credit score. It's really not worth paying attention to at this point. Like, what is it really good for in the long run? But it's like, what am I gonna do? Buy a house? I mean, sure, I might buy a car, but regardless of my credit rating, they're gonna approve me for something, and I'll just end up paying it off before I start gaining terribly large quantities of interest on it anyway, so whatever the interest rate, I'll pay it off before I start getting too much put on top of it anyway. And that's only if I end up buying something that I have to take a loan out for. It's part of the reason why I'm trying to find a job sooner rather than later, because I have the money to buy a car outright if I need to. I just need to know if I need a car. Trying to avoid having to buy one. I would like to be able to take public transportation to a new job, but I would like to know if I have to take public transportation or if I need a new job at all. So I would like for someone to make up their mind as to what the status of the economy will be and whether or not jobs are going to come through. That'd be fantastic. you have a good night, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. You get some good sleep, and we'll see you then. You take care. Well, yes, you're gonna get ready for bed, and you're gonna wind down, and you're gonna try and get ready for the sleep. I get how it works. I know how it is. I know you're not gonna just like instantly sign off and then pass out. I get what you're getting at. You're gonna go try and get ready to fall asleep. Yep. I hope you have some good sleep. You take care. Thank you for being here tonight. Enjoy house. An auto grabber. I have an auto grabber. Need the other thing. The auto header. Well, it looks like it's that time of the night where I'll be wrapping up this session. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Thank you for everyone for being here. I hope everyone has a great rest of their night. We'll see you tomorrow. You take care. You have a great night.